looks like we're about ready. So, how are you doing, Internet? I'm Bnuts, a small streamer and YouTuber, and welcome back to... Oops, I'm not recording. How are you doing, Internet? I'm Bnuts, a small streamer and YouTuber. Welcome back to Genshin Impact. Today, my plan, all being well, and it looks like it is, today I still want to go after the...
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them.
When you say that when you're part of a gacha game. Anyway, my objective today is to try to unlock the Golden House Challenge. And then if I have time afterwards, I will go after the event stuff. Although I will still try to play some of the tower defense, just to show you what I've been up to. So, right now, we need to change the time. Fortunately, we can't do that here. I tried to go backwards, didn't I? Alright. We have reached the appointed time. And now we just have to find third round knockout. And the lights have come on. Remember that we've been helping Zhongli to prepare for the parting rituals for Rex Lapis. And that required a whole lot of morale, which he generally does not have, as well as time, and those are floating. Is it an actual glitch, or... Whoa. And now he's floating too. I assume that's actually a chair.
A toast to our success. Another handsome sum today. Listen, let me
Things are still loading in. That's weird. Maybe if we walk away for a bit and then come back. Ah. I'm beginning to understand the quirks of this game. Sat down as Mona. I should have sat down as Ganyu.
Ah, you're here. There's no need to order. I've already done so.
Okay.
Third round knockout is not for lightweights, like those taverns in Mondstadt. Here, the owner does not take such unorthodox orders as fruit juice.
Ah, so you've heard of Diluc. Does it mean I can order wine this time?
I ordered some wine-fermented sweet rice balls for you, if that counts.
I guess I should have expected this.
If it is to your liking, dear customers, I shall continue the tale of Lady Ningguang's Jade Chamber.
Oh, was that something we were listening to?
Hey, there's even a storyteller here. Great atmosphere.
Do you ever sit down, Paimon? You just float.
Besides fine wine, the excellent ambiance is the reason why this place is so well loved. But when I say ambiance, I refer to a different sort from the one the Tevat travel guide uses to judge other establishments.
Well, it's, the travel guides are subjective. It depends on who does the entry, right?
As you all know, high above the land of Liyue lies a pavilion in the clouds, a palace in the mist. What does it mean to have all-seeing eyes? This, my friends, Lady Ningguang's masterwork that bridges earth and sky. Imagine, the weather is clear, and you gaze down from the deck on the world below. Behold, The glorious sights of Liyue Harbor, stretching out far and wide.
Ah, and Ganyu is watching. Very nice. Though he mentioned Ningguang, not her. Not that I would mind meeting Ganyu. Not just the version that I have.
They say that when Lady Ningguang ponders important affairs, she retreats to her jade chamber with none but her 3 closest confidants in tow. Why brings she these trusted 3 to sift through sources, dig through documents, looking for information? Piece by piece, facts and figures paint a picture on the walls of the chamber. But well before the wall is filled, Lady Ningguang's mind is made up. Having made her call, she has every last document shredded, and whoosh, she scatters the shavings out her window.
So she lit us?
Look at them, how they billow in the wind like a sudden swirling blizzard.
Hope no one gets
As
paper
the
cuts.
fragments fall, traces of text flicker before the eyes of the merchants of Liyue, like ink stains in white snow. The saying goes, the rarest treasures in the land are the words brought by the paper snow. For the words of the Tianquan have the power to move mountains, and all throughout the land know it.
In fairness, on the paper that has intel of all things going on in
These are
Liyue
but
Harbor.
scraps of paper, and yet they guide Lady Ningguang's hand. Such is their value.
Again, they're intel.
Merely grasping 1 or 2 of them will surely gift you a fragment of her wisdom, enough to stay a step or 2 ahead of your peers.
Oh, no, you sort of need the full picture in order to have enough information to ask. Plus, the information still is useless unless you analyze it well.
Tianquan Ningguang. Feels like we're hearing this name a lot.
Yeah, she was the one who presided over the right of dissension.
Liyue locals talk about her. The Fatui hate her. She's most likely the one who hid the Exuvia, and we saw her at the rite of dissension.
Exactly.
Huh. Paimon wonders what sort of person she is.
The shrewd kind.
At last I have found you. You who returned from Jueyun Karst.
Oh, hello, Ganyu.
Who's there?
Wait,
Do we really
I
gonna
am
go?
not with the Millelith, nor am I here to claim your bounty.
We have a bounty? Why don't we claim it?
However, I am an emissary of the Liyue Qixing. My name is Ganyu, secretary at the Yue High Pavilion, and I have come specifically to meet you.
An emissary, huh?
Well, in concrete terms, I am the corporate secretary for the Qixing. At the moment, I am serving as Lady Ningguang's special emissary.
Okay.
Ningguang sent you? We were literally just talking about her.
And she probably somehow knew about it.
My apologies, you who have returned from Jueyun Karst. I am duty-bound and cannot extend my courtesy to you in full.
Whatever that means.
But I have with me a letter from Lady Ningguang. She extends a formal invitation to you in her capacity as Tianquan.
Can she do something about the bounty? I don't think it'd be do much to walk around when we still have one on us. And if we have the bounty on us, still how come the Millelith hasn't stopped us?
She invites you to her palace in the sky.
Cool. How did we get there?
An official invitation?
Lady Ningguang said this. Invite him to come here. I wish to meet him. At the Jade Chamber, together we shall snip every one of these entwining dark threads.
Sounds like she's had her eye and her ear out for many things, Miss Ganyu. Oh, that was the end of that act.
And
The
with
end
that,
of it.
the emissary who called herself Ganyu just disappeared.
Yes, we were there.
But we've
Here.
received an invitation from the Liyue Qixing. should be on our best manners.
Always my manners. Let's be a bit optimistic.
An invitation to visit the Jade Chamber is a rare honor indeed.
Have you had one, Zhongli?
You'd best be on your way now. But don't forget about the rite of parting. Once you've finished at the Jade Chamber, meet me at Dihua Marsh.
Got it.
Don't worry, we won't forget. Dihua Marsh. We'll see you there.
It's Act 3. How many acts did the prologue have?
Listen, let me tell you how it is.
So, where do we need to go for this? All the way to Mount Tianheng, huh? Closest teleport is over here. What's this? A world quest. I can probably pick it up later. Let's port outside the city, and then we can get the rest of the way there. With Rona's help. By the way, I do have more lantern materials, which is good because a bunch of people have been asking for lanterns, and if we didn't have quite a few of them ready, we would have run out of them to play with ourselves. No. Let's not keep the lady waiting. We need to get up the mountain. Turn. It's not working the way I like. Come on. Enough out of you.
Born of ice and frost.
I think I went backwards. Come on. Now that's turning, but if I go into the aim, it's still kind of slow. I need to mess with the mouse sensitivity or something. It only happens when I stream. Also, I prepared some more almond tofu. And now we climb, I guess. I don't know if that side is closer. Whoa. Come on. I wanted to get up, not down. Oh, looks like there's something here. Okay. Don't want to bump our heads there. So let's go here. This should be all right. Okay,
Look
we're
up there. That's the Jade Chamber.
Question is, how do we get up there? Without wind currents, we won't be able to glide there.
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is.
You should have asked that emissary, Ganyu. She clearly knows how to get up.
Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
Would you look at that? Of course, I activated a few things ahead of time. Way ahead of time. But I don't know how much that would work. Oh! One of these things.
Hey, look! There's some sort of mechanism thingy.
I can have Sucrose activate it for us.
Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber.
Maybe it's the way in.
Yes,
or closer.
This must be the way.
Let's claim this. Oh wait, I need this too. Put in sucrose. Sorry, Mona. We'll see you in a bit.
I can do it.
I use sucrose since she has skills that are kind of similar. In that she's a catalyst user, and they are AoE. That is really high up. Is the rings deactivated? Ah. I expected maybe some oculi too.
Takes us up to here.
So there must be a next step.
Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go.
Maybe we should ask the Millilith and Leeway.
Huh? Why?
The way up shouldn't be secret. Or
Oh, Paimon gets it. If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right?
she would have escorted us there.
All right, let's follow your plan. Then we can... Oh, hang on a moment. Look down there. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Paimon has a new idea.
I have a different idea too. We have a higher place that we can
Why
have
don't
access to.
we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista?
I don't know what that fish.
Oh, right. This method does seem a bit unsafe.
I don't float. Still, I do remember the ballista had a scope.
Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
I'm not sure if the objects didn't appear due to lag or something else.
This is how it must be.
Okay, let's see if there's a port that's closer to the ballista. Nope. Well, sort of. We can go there. But it would be more fun to fly down. There's nothing else nearby, is there? Not that we can really... We're not close enough to sense things nearby.
Scry the sky.
I mean, I probably could shortcut it from that high place, but I don't think the mission would recognize it.
Off we go.
Let me scry. Fate is upon you. I must leave no stone unturned.
And we're done. So Bennett could use a bit of a recharge. No problem, he'll get it in the next fight. Someone's quest over there.
Leave it up to me.
There was a chest on here originally. Oh well.
Scry the sky.
Oh. Looks like there are some people here. Oh, they're with the Milliketh. That's cool.
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
These are the rods here.
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're
To
invited
Larissa.
guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this? No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along.
I don't think so. She could have told them who we were. They are not acting like they recognize us.
She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us.
We haven't explained the invitation to them yet.
Now Paimon's mad. You, over there. This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless.
Don't go jumping to conclusions. Weren't we playing detective before?
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come. Line them up and knock them down.
This is on you.
Shadows of fate.
Oh wait, I can do this.
Tactical retreat!
Who goes there?
More?
Attack!
You sure about that? Oh, there's one that it didn't get.
Take the
Why aren't I moving?
Take this!
Why do they never miss?
Beaten! To arms! Attack!
Born of ice and frost.
Shadows of fate.
Turn.
Take the target alive! Bested.
I shouldn't have to fight the guards who are here to stop the
Stop.
treasure hunters.
What's all this about?
You're not Ganyu.
Lady Kuching, these two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong Ballista.
We can use it to look for a way up to the Golden Palace. We are invited by Ningguang.
Who are you calling strange?
You want to go to the Jade Chamber? Who are you?
Ether.
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue Qixing. Who are you?
Kaching, the guard just said. She's in charge of construction.
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Qixing.
Oh,
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains.
It's a day for the unexpected.
wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either.
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair, and yet it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate that occurrence.
Oh yeah, we did that, didn't we?
These Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
I figured as much.
So this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought.
Thinking isn't that hard, Paimon.
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery, even to the Qixing.
We had a little help.
That was...
We only did a tiny part of it.
Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us to go to the Jade Chamber?
Just call me Kuching.
Okay, Kaching.
I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
Is the Qixing against the Adepti?
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liyue as well.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
You know, they call humans arrogant as well.
Huh?
We don't have all the information, clearly.
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god.
And you do?
Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up.
And they thought there might be something else of it.
I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Why is this an issue of us and them in the first place? You're both protecting Liyue Harbor.
Well, you've got a point there.
And miss some elsewhere.
Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods or the Adepti.
Especially since Rex Lapis is an Adepti.
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing?
Against? So, you are in conflict with them?
Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone, and Ningguang does not share it.
So only you are against the Adepti. Ningguang, what does she think?
Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained.
Yeah, we may have stopped them from, leveling Liyue Harbor, shall we say?
Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly.
They almost did the former. We convinced them to do the latter.
How surprisingly civilized of them.
Any chance you could talk it up with them? Or Ningguang would... I wouldn't presume to know Ningguang.
Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here.
Again, we don't have all the information, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
Another super bold statement.
A concerning one, too.
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, Traveler.
And those who talk less tend to listen more.
You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year.
Alright, so are you going to tell us how to get there so we can get there more quickly and not waste any more of her time?
The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang.
Oh, fortunately for them, we're not part of the mercantile. And there's a bit more to that too.
Favor?
That's not the point. We need to see what she wants with us, and then see if she has any information about the, you know, the Archons.
Wait, that's right. Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor or anything, just to respect Liyue's culture.
So eager.
Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first.
Many thanks.
You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion, and... well then. May we meet again, Traveler.
Too bad we didn't get that explanation.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person.
Good first impression.
So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her?
You should focus fast, huh, Paimon?
Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime!
Sounds like something Zhongli would come up with.
Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang.
I'm not in the same brain space as you.
Why don't we go with that for a gift?
So, do you have a recipe?
Nope! But Paimon's sure that we just need to make it with some boom shakalaka.
So, we need Zhengling's help.
Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
Ah, your ambitions are showing. So, how far do we need to go? The ruins? Let's port over to here first. I do have enough Geokuai to go one level, but I already have more experience stacked up than I would need to get to 37 or 36. Or even 37. I have more than I need for both. But I'm going to save that for later. $86,000 over 7,000. I don't really need more stuff for lanterns. I've still got plenty. But I will pick up if I get near.
Ooh, look at that slime!
Didn't get the fly. If this was responding normally, I probably could have even gotten that. This way. Okay. I've been around a whole bunch of places already.
Huh? Is it just Paimon? Or is there a sweet fragrance in the air?
You may be right.
Huh? Did you hear that?
I'm like someone was singing. Is it?
No! That was definitely someone in trouble. It came from those ruins over there.
Someone's in a cage.
Uh-oh. It looks like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
Come on. Respond. I've been trying to charge.
The hunter becomes.
Come on.
You're open.
That's fine moving around. Missed.
You're open.
No more of that from you. Please and thank you.
Let's light it up!
Did you drop anything? None of them did. What? This may be asking for trouble, but they're here. Direct hit. Those guys dropped stuff. Okay, let's see if we can just crack this open or if we have to. Oh, we can interact with it. How did we get a cage key?
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders, when their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Tough days, then, I
It
suppose.
was nothing. No need to thank us all at once or anything.
He'd probably say we were too slow getting to him.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both.
There's no need. Unfortunately, we were here on some other business, but fortunately we did spot you.
Don't say that. I only escaped this predicament because of you. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques.
I understand. It's a good place for them.
I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name it. Well, as long as you want what I have to offer, of course.
Hero's wit?
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking for something.
Oh? And what might that be?
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Is this for you or for her?
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations.
Sounds like we'll be going to the shop after this.
Now just give me a moment and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
A moment.
Paimon sugar frosted slime now comes in a beautiful package.
Oh, we can go right there. I'll use that since it's close by. I'm curious, since it's night, do we have the opportunity to do the next
Scry the sky.
lanterns? Here's the place. It looks like it's still set up from the old thing. When is he gonna have the next set ready? Or is it because it's bugged? Part of it, anyway. All of the lanterns really change the appearance of the place.
Jewelry's out of stock, but we have some new items in.
Hey there! A guy called Meng Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Meng already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him.
He really traveled fast. Even
Many
beat
of
us
the
to.
best goods in our store were found by Uncle Meng. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business.
And if he really is your uncle, you would care for him as more than just your manager.
Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been cleaned. Will it do?
Well, if you're sure the value is equal, equivalent exchange.
Yep, it's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
That sounded kind of odd.
Sure, please help yourselves, as long as it's on our shelves.
Really?
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack.
Mixing bowls don't work like that.
It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powdered sugar.
No, I know you dreamt this up, but did you taste it?
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations, too.
You're being very helpful.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful!
Still not sold on this, but I guess Ningguang has never received anything like it.
Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
No reaction from the boss? Oh, since I'm here, we can pick up that world quest. I wonder whether it is. The clerk, huh? The work with the Ministry of Civil Affairs has really been piling up recently. Right now I'm assigning them to people. I just finished organizing forms that I need various people to fill out, but I don't have any time to distribute them. You'd help? Great. It's really not complicated. Everything I need is written very clearly on the forms. Just take the forms, and they'll see what they need to do. The 2 most urgent jobs are those for Xingzhou and Nervous N. Take these forms to them. Come back here and let me know when you've delivered the forms. I wonder if this is timed. Nope. I wonder if I can get it from above, rather than using this path. Let's find out. And considering the right of dissension, it seems appropriate in a very odd way. Ah.
Though the clouds may darken and light turn to gloom,
This is the beginning of a path.
the chamber
Oh.
roams.
According to Kuching, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you two the guests that Lady Ningguang has arranged to meet with today?
Some of them, unless she's arranged to meet with more.
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guests, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
We're just using the code we were given. I hope it's not Kaching's mistake. She's the one who's used to using that code. Oh, we don't have to jump up. We just got taken there. She's got an interesting tattoo.
Returnee from Joyen Karst.
Now, how come people refer to us that way? First can you, now you.
It's Ningguang.
Yes.
Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Paimon here dreamt it up.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests.
Not sure I'd say difficult, but it is what it is.
Oh no, it's nothing.
It's my first time coming to a place this high up.
This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue.
It's good if you need that sort of view.
I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to constantly extend it.
That's an interesting
At
method.
first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue.
It's a good thing you have benevolent intentions then.
One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations.
You do not lack for ambition, that's for sure.
Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you.
You have a good relationship with Jean?
As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
That's been a while.
What?
So does that mean that you know that we did not have anything to do with Rex Lapis?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
That's also a while ago.
Wait, was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours.
We also ran into the Yuhen not long ago.
At the Guizhong Ballista, yes?
You are well informed.
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude.
So you're lacking for crystal balls?
Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest.
The Qing said that the Qixing would not wish ill on Rex Lapis.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings.
That would be good. I would like to know your stance on the Adepti. We can't speak to any of them. We can speak to him. Who are you? Leading one's bodyguard. What business brings you here? What can you tell me about her? Ah, so you're another one of those who wants to find out Lady Lingwan's secrets, are you? Unfortunately, I know no more than you do. Lady Lingwan has never been one to let her guards get too close. I'm only in this post in the first place thanks to my cousin. Zhao pestered her about the idea constantly, and even then she only agreed to it reluctantly. Cousin? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Keep it to yourself, okay? If anyone asks, you heard nothing, and especially not from me. Let's ask him about physical training. You're interested in training too? Perhaps we should find a place to do some sparring on one of my days off. Although my role in the Millilith is mostly an administrative one, I still prefer to stay fighting fit when I can. That's why I often take odd jobs that involve physical labor. A little extra muscle mass where it counts does wonders for one's appearance, don't you think?
I need a more physically demanding job.
And then he says that. Clearly the Jade Chamber is more expansive than this. But there doesn't seem to be much that we can access. At least not right now. Oops. I did not mean to fall in.
A more physically demanding job.
Did he switch to that side on me? I was pretty sure he was on the other. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the outer ring. Hmm. Interesting construction. I'm sure it all has purpose. Or Ningguang wouldn't have put the money or labor into it. This is a thing that she's had built ever since she first joined the mercantile. From one room to this. Pretty impressive. And then there's the view, of course.
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War.
Only in the broadest of strokes.
Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost.
That's the way such thing goes.
In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7.
History is written by the victorious, after all.
You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war.
In hurl sizable boulders, I believe that he can do spears.
Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the 7 will not collapse simply because of that.
So what happens now?
Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before.
Of course, different Adepti, different relationships. Also different people.
Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? Of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions?
So then there was a different purpose in hiding the Exuvia?
That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there. You no doubt saw.
We didn't even know what to expect. We haven't been here every year for the right. We didn't know that thing was going wrong before it was.
But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand.
Are you talking about Adepti? Like the one who works for you? Or are you talking about the Fatui and Harbingers?
Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
And what has transpired in your web?
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
What do you think, traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Child.
Well answered.
Huh?
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete, so please, this way.
Rightio. Fire? Fire how? Or just to the door? I have to say that giving the event a little time really does work. It means that we don't run out quite so easily or quickly. On the other hand, Zhao is not as presented in the trial.
What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
We've never been in the presence of the Liwei, not the Qixing, but what Ningguang is. Look at all of that. I guess we're supposed to go down. All of these things. I'm kind of glad she secured everything. She's displaying more care than they did at the library, that's for sure. Just having a good look around before we continue on.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
Not sure you've noticed, but this isn't exactly our home.
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Naturally.
Think so?
Isn't this that legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
We need to learn all we can.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets.
We're not merchants, though. We're adventurers.
But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that.
For different reasons.
If possible, I'd like to have your trust.
Trust is always earned. And we
But
just met.
if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching,
Between your orthodoxy and her heterodoxy?
you'd pick Kuching? Nah, I had a feeling.
Though we barely know either of you.
I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes.
A good exercise in patience and tactics, I assume.
But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
She said that in a meeting of the Qixing?
Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power.
I don't even know why his passing would be advantageous to too many people. But I surmise that Fatui had a hand in some of this.
Indeed. It seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning.
Well, we have met with child after all.
I called for the gag order and for the exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt.
Alright, but temporary stability also collapses. What do we need to do in the meantime?
With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them.
Yeah, they're always doing stuff but underneath the scene. And there's always one thing that they're after.
Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for their rite so they could use us for their own ends.
But if their ends are for the good of Liyue Harbor, then that's passable.
Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
I can't see why stopping you would help.
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
Why are you bringing that up now?
It's all right. I like direct people. Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this? You can pick any one object here as you please, and you may take it with you.
But I saw two shiny things.
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that. Let's see, what should we get?
You're being opportunistic again.
One of the sheets on that wall.
One?
Don't look at Paimon like that. One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail. Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for.
That's the Tianjing's intelligence, you know.
Let's grab one, the biggest one.
I wonder what happens if I grab one of these first. Oh, we can just take them. There's a map here.
Huh? Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one.
What's there on the map?
La 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 la. Let's see what's written on it. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here.
It may not be a treasure, it may be something else.
Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui, research, copy. Huh?
Seems the Fatui have been here.
Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all.
Sounds like trouble. Maybe we should go investigate.
This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission.
Which we happen to know where it is.
Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue. Spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Archon's body and whatnot. But research on the Sigil of Permission? Paimon wonders what they're up to.
Also, they don't have it. Although, at this point in the story, we don't know whether or not the story for Zhao has taken place yet. The one from the event.
Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out.
It's all unfolding a little too perfectly.
Oh, you really think so? Well, should we not go then?
No, we'll still go.
Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for ourselves.
We should always confirm things for ourselves first.
That's out of Paimon's league, Paimon thinks she's been nothing but good to us.
That's how one gains trust. But it's after what comes afterwards that's important.
Anyway, we'll see if you're onto something. Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
The Fatui are always up to no good. It's kind of their default state. And I'm pretty sure we'll find Chod there too. Or close by. Gonna pop a lozenge here. Shipping schedules, profit and loss accounts, warehouse inventories, road safety reports, diplomatic intel. The scope is breathtaking as is the level of detail, and all the information is up to date. Seems like a lot of administrative stuff. Only the sharpest and most meticulous mind would be able to cut through the clutter and discern the connections between all the disparate strands of information. As thin as an insect's wings.
Sorry, anything business related is confidential.
So, have you made your choice? You don't have to confirm it with me. Just choose one and take it. Afterwards, why not sit down for a while in the Jade Chamber? Or have a short stroll. Rest is also an integral part of any journey.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Come now. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Loosen up a little.
I guess she would want a friend as well. Hello. So you're... What can you tell me about the Jade Chamber? It's where Lady Ningguang holds court. Here she gathers information and makes important decisions. From here, there is no matter in leeway, great or small, that she cannot oversee, nor can any rumor escape our ears or eyes. Forgive me for being unable to say more. Let's make her say more. About Ningguang. Lady Ningguang is one of the leeway choosing. She oversees all of the same. I have the utmost respect for Lady Ningguang. You are indeed a rare and honest sort, cut from a different cloth from these honey-tongued merchants greedy for the smallest scrap of information. The path to riches is actually quite simple. I've spent a lot of time by Lady Ningguang's side and learned some secrets here and there. How about this? Here are some nuggets of wisdom on the subject of gold. It's my own personal guidance rather than Lady Ningguang's per se, but maybe it will still be able to bring fortune and prosperity. Oh, she gave us some talent material.
This gives good market insight. Lady Ningguang looks stunning today.
Woven from golden thread, and that figure hugging silk dress, and last but not least, the lace lingerie. Oh my. Are you alright? Where did you come from? It's very rude to sneak on people like that. I'm getting you right now, but like, can you see that I'm busy picking out clothes for Lady Ningguang? Nice recovery. Worshipper? In what way? Intellectually, spiritually, or... Well, whichever it is, keep it to yourself and don't get any ideas about your station. Lady Ningguang is a very busy person. She has no time for your fanatics. Let me teach you a thing or two about diligence, and then you ought to go and reflect on your actions. Guide to diligence. Oh, so they each have one? Anyway, dreams correspond to the challenges we have on hand. If you are looking for Lady Ningguang, you have come to the right place. This to Jade Chamber, the foremost intelligence hub and epicenter of all important decisions in Liyue. Although based on the town file, we estimate you would arrive a full 2 hours earlier than you actually did. We must reflect on the cause of this discrepancy. Was our source at fault, or did we make an error in our calculations? Yeah, you failed to calculate for Paimon. The Tiangon's words can move mountains and everyone knows it. My task is to help oversee Lady Ningguang's intelligence network. Lady Ningguang's razor-sharp mind stares through vast amounts of information at pace and quickly reaches a verdict. These pearls of wisdom are then discarded from the Jade Chamber, giving guidance on prosperity to the world below. You too wish to learn of such things. Rococo, the legendary Adeptabeast. You mean the one I've been walking around as this entire time? So, as I was saying, Zhao is not as he was in the trial. In the trial, he was Constellation 3, had, of course, he was level 80 as well. He had the Jade Wing Spear, and he had level 5 artifacts, some of which were leveled up to 18 or 20. And if that's not enough, they had energy recharge boosted way the heck up. So let's see how far we have to go. Pretty dang far. I have a shortcut. So when you get Zhao, if you do happen to draw him, he's not going to be the way he is in the trial or in the story mission where you go after the fake Adepti. You'll have him far weaker than that. His recharge will take longer. He won't hit as hard, nearly as hard, although that depends on what Jade you have. You might have the Jade Winged Spear from previous pulls, if you've been around long enough that you're drawing from the standard banner for long enough. Because it's been on the standard banner for a while. But the best things I have that he can use are 4-star lances. And I don't have many good artifacts. So I can't really do much with the Zhao at this point. Which is part of the reason why he's still not on my main teams. There are indeed Fatui down there.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper.
That's what I said.
And they look really mad at us too.
We have been putting holes in their heads. Good thing I looked behind me.
Not breaking a sweat. My work finished.
Did you drop anything? I didn't see. Guess not. I used Ningguang to activate those. I might have even done it while streaming.
some stacks of blank paper too.
Maybe they're trying
What
to
are they
reproduce
for?
it.
Paimon's seen this pattern before, but where?
The thingy of permission.
Oh, Paimon
Sigil.
knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child?
It's not just a relic, remember?
That's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the sigil of permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers.
Which is what that other guy used it for.
Maybe the Fatui are copying the sigil of permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Maybe this is only a snippet of a much bigger plan.
And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure.
As though we weren't already.
Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhongli soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
That did not make the other fatigue go away. Me?
It's time for a flash freeze. Stay right there.
Okay. You come to me then. You get close.
Frozen food. Cooked food. Disgusting.
This isn't good.
It's not that I didn't try to activate this. There was one that I couldn't get to fast enough. Come on, charge. Where was it? Fine. I thought it was through there. I'm pretty sure it's around here. Here. That's one for sure. Unfortunately, I don't know how long they stay active. If I had Venti for this, for his range.
I want to help.
Let's give it a shot. Closer. They must have already deactivated. It doesn't take them long, that's for sure. Can I hit that from here? No. So I do have to brush to hit it and then get on the pad, I guess. And what can I see down the grate? It's right below, but I can't get there. Already deactivating. I just don't have the speed for it. If I had something that lasted longer. Right, that didn't work either. And I'm not getting energy from it.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
Freeze! Direct assault!
Animal test 6308.
That was a hunter.
Oops. Okay, let's try it. Her ultimate lasts for a while. Hopefully it lasts for long enough. And hopefully it goes on target.
Enhanced animal module 75.
Ah. A shame it's nothing bigger, but it did work.
It is as the stars foretold.
I tried to solve it before with the Traveler as an animal character, and that didn't work. Also because I couldn't move fast enough. I decided to try to use her ultimate like you can normally use Baron Bunny on a pressure plate. Or sometimes other decoys as well work just the same. I messed it up. Come on, higher. I thought that was in time. Oh well. I'll get him anyway. Did he expect us to come from the other direction?
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago.
Really? We detoured.
Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was fascinating, to say the least.
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Come on, focus please.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue.
And Liyue is pretty much tops when it comes to such things.
Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
Many things, including Rex Levis.
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly.
Business people are always friendly when it suits their interests.
Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
When you know where you stand with someone.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She's not happy with the Adepti.
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
To be fair, she's not completely wrong.
No respect for the divine.
And yet, the Adepti have kept mostly out of mortal matters.
Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing.
Different personalities, and I'm willing to bet their differences is why they are both part of the Qixing.
Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions.
Ningguang is highly intelligent and ambitious.
Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
Any chance you know what is the first most important thing to her?
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her then?
Why, Mora, of course.
And yet, you don't seem to have a concept for the value of it. How very interesting.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
We weren't trusting the Fatui anyway because of what they were doing in Mondstadt.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least.
And now they're trying to reproduce the Sigil of Permission. I wonder what they would think if they knew who had it.
No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
Including Iran's child, correct?
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Diwa Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
I have some of those.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingsa Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all.
They need to be wild then.
Diwa Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens to human song. Before the Archon War, Diwa Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out.
That's pretty sad, but you change the ecosystem, a new one tends to pop up too.
Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild.
And we're going to go pick some of them? Not all, I hope.
Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense.
Okay.
But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers.
You need me to sing? Nah.
No, I need you to sing to them.
Oh.
Singing to the flowers will make them more fragrant.
Oh.
So how good is your singing?
I can hold a tune.
Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
But you've never heard me.
We'll only know once he starts singing.
If you do this as Lumine, she does sound a bit better, admittedly. Track the ground in front of me. Not liking the delay. Already got that one, I guess. Looks like a bit of mining gear. Not as much as in the other place. Unless we're near that place. Ah, it's right there. Well, time for Sucrose to come out again.
I want to help.
That's good, because I'm going to call you out to help. Nope. Down we go. Oh wait, there were violets on the cliff. on stick. Okay, can switch back for the travel. Also notice right now I can't do co-op mode.
This is
Because
how it must be.
I'm in the story and co-op doesn't allow for groups to advance story together. There's it. Let's pop this thing. If you don't need to mess with a mage, I won't mess with a mage. So, gotta sing first.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
Ahem.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, I guess. It's Barbara's song. Not bad.
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue?
Oh.
Dreamwork.
Born of ice and frost. Fate is upon you.
Let's light it up.
That's two down.
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
For flowers, they put up quite a fight.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower.
Yes, we've encountered them before. I don't know why he wouldn't assume that we hadn't.
Strange. These petals look interesting.
What do you see with your special eyes?
The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
Okay.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately, no.
So we need to look elsewhere.
That's so lame.
Excuse me.
Oh, can you? Hello.
Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey, it's... What's her face? Paimon can't remember.
I wouldn't forget the Coco Goat.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name.
You're in my party.
Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Pretty cool.
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
You forgot.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Guess it was our fault for not asking.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Ooh, now we have telepathy.
Huh. Something seems a little off about Ganyu.
She's sleepy.
She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
She's maybe a bit more relaxed.
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
Ganyu likes flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
She doesn't like the city that much.
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard.
So then 6 of the Archons are different now from when they were before. That also means that Rex Lapis had been around the longest.
Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7.
So even the Tsaritsa isn't one of the original. What about Raiden?
The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. He is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing.
Quite an accomplishment.
This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
Kind of appropriate that now it's raining. So I wonder who will step up now.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden.
Think about it. It will help you to process your feelings.
As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Hey, does that mean that there's no longer a contract between Liyue and the gods and Adepti who are left?
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
She is an Adepta beast.
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War.
Which makes you at least 2,000 years old.
After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day.
So you're half Qilin? That explains the horns.
Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies?
Yes, for the rite of parting.
I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here, you may have it if you wish.
That's very kind of you. What were you going to use it for?
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
That might work better than a Mondstadt song. Can you teach us?
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Ganyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
Thank you for your help. She really is compassionate. I like her.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished.
Thanks to Ganyu.
Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
You seem suited to working in agricultural development.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
Doesn't he have one? Different one.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
I should probably pass that along to Jean.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Maybe I should heal up along the way. Unfortunately, I have no idea how much there is between where I am and the Golden Chamber Challenge, which is my objective here. So I don't know how much time I'd have afterwards for the event stuff. Oh, looks like they're already pretty much healed. Apart from Sucrose there, but I've got her back. Oh, not in Liyue, but outside of it. Okay. I can port here. It's a short jump. A micro jump, if you will.
What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and the Fatui?
Let's go ask.
This atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened.
And we just happened to
ask
be
around a little, just to be safe.
Let's start with Felix.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city.
It seems like Felix is reporting to Zhongli, which is interesting. As far as we know, Zhongli is not part of the Fatui.
However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
What is the Fatui's position in all this?
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
Perhaps, perhaps not.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you.
They've always been keeping tabs on you. That's how they found you so quickly.
Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
You can't just stand by and
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance?
I'm hoping for peace.
Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
You might have wanted to lead with that.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng funeral parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
So, child?
Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword.
Can't disagree there.
So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse?
You know, Mr. More Money Than Sense.
Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now?
He might just walk up again.
Where would he go at a time like this?
There's only one place he would go. A new teleport waypoint? Oh, we get to go to the Golden House now. Can I teleport to that point exactly? Looks like I'll be unlocking it after all. Although who knows if I can actually beat him. Nothing to it but to try. I did not get where I wanted to get. But that is the closest point, and now there's a world quest there too? And another one back there. There goes. Let's focus up on the quest at hand. Need to recharge again. That's quite ostentatious. Reminds me of the Jade Chamber, actually. And there doesn't seem to be anything here but this. Your pursuit of the truth brings you to the very heart of the political storm that has been slowly brewing in Liyue Harbor. It is time to peer beyond the glittering gold and see what lurks in the shadows. It doesn't come with any recommendations this time. Well, child is Hydro and then Electro. So maybe Mona isn't the best choice. Should I bring in Zhao? Even though he's not geared. I could bring in Ling Shen. Or Zhongli, rather. Or Diona, who's also cryo, but has a shield. I normally want to bring in Beta, but that last phase, he goes Electro, doesn't he? How about I try Xingyan? She has a shield and she's Pyro.
Let's jam!
Oops. It's not going to go straight to the battle since it's part of the story, obviously.
Wow! This is the Golden House?
That's what it says on the front door.
It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora.
I guess it's effectively Liwei's mint. That's why it's all here.
This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right?
That too.
In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing.
If it were that easy, this place would have been emptied long ago.
Oh, so it's a trap. Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right?
No touchy.
Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true.
Something's wrong here.
Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia.
It almost seems as if the obstacles have all been removed.
Huh? Look! What happened here?
They've all been knocked unconscious.
Paimon smells trouble.
Does it smell like ginger?
Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is alright.
Well, as alright as a corpse is. Can we check the bodies? No. That is a lot of gold. It's practically meaningless then, in as much as it is, so kind of understanding Zhongli's point of view, if he's seen this. Can't check that body either. Oh, here we go.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
We were looking for you, actually.
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself.
Hello, child.
But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
Looks like I was just in time.
Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort?
Never.
Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
As are you, it seems.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
Just like La Signora in Mondstadt.
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, It's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
I won't allow you to get near the exuder.
I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway.
We will fight you then. I guess you get what you want either way.
The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
So that's what you were after.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions.
Sounds wise enough.
But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
So you're a battle nut.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle.
Still high stakes.
Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there?
I could never defeat you? You're delusional.
Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it.
Depending on how close he is to start.
This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with the Fatui Harbinger.
What is he using?
So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint. You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
That's bad.
Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger. Something else catch your eye?
What happened?
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get.
Wind? I wasn't using Animo before. And Geo. Lucky he can use both, I can't.
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected.
Why not just get in here? His back is turned.
I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Funny you should say that. Unless someone slips something in the pocket. Tartaglia, child, the 11th of the Harbingers.
This is going to cost you.
This is the easy version of this fight, by the way. Okay, now we drop down to this level. Not quite.
Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now. Don't make me take it from you.
Time for a heal.
We didn't take it! No touching.
You're cut.
Again, easy mode.
Look! Child's back to normal again!
What was that?
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through.
No wonder he can't use it when you use him as a character.
And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be?
I'm collecting the 7 elements, or because I'm gradually restoring my former power? I don't feel like he's... well... this seems more truthful.
You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
So you think it's fake, which means that the Fatui don't know either.
What? So you mean that...
The corpse
Yes,
was a fake?
it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts.
You think that he did this?
As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
You have a backup in place.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this. I absolutely detest working with those who are weaker than I. The truth is, the world belongs to those of us who desire to become strong. I seldom willingly mingle with any dull and boring weaklings who think otherwise.
So his cheer from before was false. This is his real personality.
Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyan's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo Archon's stone spears ever since.
You're gonna break the spears?
If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
If not Rex Lapis, then many others would not stand by.
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Oh. The sigils of permission,
Hey, those are sigils of permission!
is what I said.
Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
I saw your research with my own eyes.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles.
But apparently it still won't stop you from doing it. Unless we stop you.
But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Can you not stop him? And it froze again. Yeesh. And he simply awakens? That doesn't seem very pinned by spears to me.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
I don't know if I can stop at this point or if I need to go through. And again it froze. I wonder if this bit is just fast enough to blaze through or not.
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go.
Yeah, things do look different.
Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Oh, you know, the usual.
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Sounds good to me. Although it doesn't seem like all of you are pleased with this.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle.
That's why we'll handle it for them.
Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
Okie dokie Loki.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary.
Well, we've got Ningguang, and we've got Zhao, and we've got Keqing.
So will the power of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
And also Madame Ping.
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is not necessarily.
What? Wait, all of you are supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
Well, I have a feeling if you can do it, you better do it.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Yep.
Are you sure she's not a 5-star? Burn the Adepti. But it's time for it to freeze. Now.
The Fatui! They're attacking the Genshin ballista!
Time to fight. Oh, I still haven't switched my people. Guess I'm stuck.
The 3 Adepti are manning the Guizhong ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you, one wishes to witness.
I missed again. Oh. They're all getting wet in the rain. This is perfect for Ganyu.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
I don't know if that's an option. More Fatui incoming.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
These ones seem stronger. They're not going down easily, even if I keep on freezing.
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't look!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't see that coming. Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is Adeptal energy! That light from your body, it's like the time in Julian Karst! Wow, it's Madame Ping's shockwave! This granny's really strong!
Come on. Switch to Ganyu. That's more like it. They can't even block it. Come on. One more. Why aren't you dead yet? Okay. Now I can deal with this guy.
With the blood of the Chilian, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I
You
too
got it.
did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight!
I quite like it.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
No such thing.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
Here goes.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
You got it.
Look at me. Just
Oh, no, you don't. Got something special for you.
exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
There.
Over here.
No, here.
Everybody stand back.
Noel's turn.
Over here. Blink. Look at me. Just all hail. The Fatui's numbers are thinning.
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Time's up.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
Full charge. Fire. I think he's angry.
Working! We just need to keep this up!
Here comes something big. Shields, now. Do we have shields? Okay, no shields. No shields, and now no ballista.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
I'm all ears.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand.
You got it.
Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
guess we now know what the most important thing to her is. She built it room by room. She can do it again if she's done it once. Didn't have time to move anything out from it, though. So, regardless of whether or not you can defend the ballistae the entire time and prevent any of them from getting destroyed, the big guy still takes them out.
Is it finally over?
It's quiet.
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time.
And child?
It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
So he's not gone permanently.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Protecting Liyue Harbor?
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now.
You know, in the ocean.
It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing.
That's pretty good perspective we got on her right now.
Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Who are you, Madam Ping?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
What exactly are their wishes, anyway?
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago.
True.
Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
That doesn't exactly sound like what she's saying.
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Especially during the Lantern Festival.
Forebears, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
And what about Ganyu?
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
Oh?
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
We're all on the same side here.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
When there is discord between the Guardians and those they were meant to defend, harmony becomes very difficult to restore.
Right. That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
This is what we learned in the City of Freedom. And notice it's Mondstadt's theme in the back.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Too right and too unfortunate.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
Hey, you know, I've seen a lot of places. Had a lot of experiences.
All right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
Well, we definitely had confirmation she's an Adepti, and she lent us her power. We don't know exactly who or what she is.
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Sounds like you made an impact.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millilith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there.
Now imagine what would have happened if we also had the Knights of Bologna's help.
When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty.
Sounds like there's something worth protecting.
Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Which is now.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
But part of the festival is named for you, Zhao.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
They've listened to what the people have said.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons?
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation.
Why not see these changes?
One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition.
So you get even further behind if you're not here.
Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
I mean, if you don't mind being an 8 or 2 behind.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
Indeed, checks and balances are important. But they have Madam Ping, so...
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
The Adepti were quite reasonable in the end.
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own. So Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too? Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for him at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
That was a bit longer. It's hard to say which is closer. Probably this one. Oh, and I can change back to Mona now. I didn't end up using Xinyan until the battle with the Adeptus. I might end up using her when I go back to the challenge. Oh. Outlander versus Outlander. Defeat child without any party being marked and then hit by his follow-up. His Riptide thing. Sing a song of Mondstadt to the Glazed Lilies. Defeat child. And defeat the Overlord of the Vortex. That's quite a few achievements for just that one small section.
Should we really be off?
I mean, from battle to battle.
This is how it must be.
There is still a lot left to do.
Fairy lady?
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangshan Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Why the bank?
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble.
Or there's more to this than we think.
We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Come to think of it, I wonder what business Mr. Zhongli has at the Northland Bank. He didn't tell me either.
Whoops. Would have been kind of unfortunate if I had gone over. Also, I turned in the remaining Mora pouch that Child gave us. There's only a couple tens of thousands more. That still contributes to my enhancing an artifact or two.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
The Signora is here.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that.
I wonder what it is that Signora wasn't telling Child.
Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you're also one of the Harbingers?
Signora.
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name.
You left quite the impression.
Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
You still have time to take it back.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle.
What are you talking about? It was easy.
So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Child hasn't recovered from our beatdown.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
That's putting it lightly.
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally.
Doesn't mean you didn't put people in danger.
Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end.
And putting Liyue in trouble.
Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Signora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Signora and Zhongli?
So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Agreement?
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
How sanctimonious.
I mean, I did have my suspicions.
What? So you're the Lord of Geo? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
The god of contracts.
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
And the consequences are bigger, though. I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing falls out of the sky, and all of Lyric goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Drinking it early in more controlled manner might have helped something. By the way, I'm pretty sure that's a catalyst.
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. I witnessed the founding of Liyue, together with the Adepti 3,700 years ago. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Was something that you overheard had such a big impact?
Oh, Zhongli.
Or maybe the fact that he hadn't thought to ask that question before then.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue.
Did you have another plan, just in case?
That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
So that would mean that Liyue couldn't handle itself.
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
I was pleasantly surprised with the finale of the show that you all put on. Why, you even deserved an encore.
A show?
The Adepti deserve the greatest applause, considering their years of seclusion. They hardly recognized the city, yet faced with such a crisis, they exerted the greatest amount of restraint. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even tried to understand the heart of the people.
I would call that a success, yes.
And hats off to the emissary dispatched by the Geo Archon to fulfill our contract, Signora. She managed to keep everything she knew in strict confidence, far from the eavesdropping ears of her colleague Child, just as I had requested.
What exactly did she know, though?
All the while, I carried on as Zhongli, and fulfilled the traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for walking that path with me, traveler.
Even though I'm not of Liyue?
These things were all a part of my script. The only unforeseen plot twist was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
You underestimated Ningguang, is what happened.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Yeah, you've been around a bit.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
You're kind of a berserker. I think you deserve it.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo Archon, Liyue would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
He's kind of got a point.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight?
We were both equally fooled.
Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Unless you want to change your reputation, which you could do.
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Ah, fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
I see they don't like each other. I don't trust either of them, of course.
Is there anything else you wish to ask me?
I'd like to know what the Cryo Archon offered you.
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
I guess we don't get an answer for all the work that we did. How very unfortunate. And yet another loading screen. So, as Zhongli Morak's faked his death and set up a test to see whether or not the people of Liyue were ready for a phase of life without him. With the help of the Adepti and us, the Liyue Qixing actually succeeded. They passed the test. I wonder what would have happened if they had failed. If Zhongli had had to step in, would that have also fulfilled the terms of the contract with the Tsaritsa? Or would he have been able to keep his Gnosis? And of course we'll never have, because that was a scripted part of the game.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
These things are back. Don't mind me. Let's see if we can get more flowers for Ganyu and Zhao, since he uses them too. Mostly for Ganyu, though. Excellent. Still don't know what these are for. Got plenty of these. Still don't have access to co-op yet. But to be fair, I'm pretty sure that I shouldn't expect to until after we're back into the main story. I really collect these before the... Considering that they take a while to come back, maybe not, because... There are only a few hours left in the weekly missions, just 9 hours. And then I'll have to collect the Leeway and Mondstadt specialties again. I may as well leave the rest.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
I can say safely that they were not.
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel.
Also, no collision was involved.
Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
I pressed a button by accident.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
While Rex Lapis still lives, he's resigning from being an Archon, so the effect is more or less the same. Apart from whatever impact that Zhongli might have.
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything.
Agreed, mostly.
There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
He's not wrong.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Some of them can be quite nice. Just not when they're acting at the direction of a harbinger.
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
But the Chising are here. They have no idea at all what really happened.
Hear ye all, the Chising's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors, or indulge in baseless speculation.
Thing in from before.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said.
They said he died because of a divine charm.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot.
Maybe they did.
Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands?
Possible.
Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
What's going on ahead? Oh, Genyu and Kaching are there too.
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
Not quite shito.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young. The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Could you help me find my sister?
Whoa.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
That's what I thought. The most important thing to Ningguang, without a doubt, is the people of Liyue. The most important thing to the traveler, the ether, is Lumine, without a doubt.
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Thanks for your help, though. So I do have to say that you reminded me of someone.
As for the mortals and Adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
Rex Lapis. Oh, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
But they're able to find the brighter side.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
At least she has the perspective of the fact that people will look at what everyone's done and judge it.
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite. There's much that remains to be done. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Please relax a bit, can you?
Why, you. Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless?
I really need to find my sister.
If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
Oops. Well, if it isn't the man himself.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years?
That's fair.
Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Shinya kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Shinya kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
Such sass.
You're right. I do like the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do.
Except that it seems that at every point you've had child pay for everything.
When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
You sure like play vocabulary, don't you?
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, when you say it like that...
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that.
It's pretty funny that he says that.
In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives.
Well, if we could just exchange information and knowledge, we have plenty of that.
The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people.
Thus, the different identity.
I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you.
A fine journey, if I say so.
That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
I imagine we'll be seeing each other around.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Closed? We already know
Yes.
it's Raiden.
The nation has been closed by order of its deity.
Just like Japan.
The Electro Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
Right.
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of the Inazuma Bakufu, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
The Inazuma Bakufu?
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year.
You were here alone last year?
Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions, you say?
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Hunting people with visions?
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of a statue of the 1,000-armed, 100-eyed god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
Especially since the gods bestowed the visions onto people purposely.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity.
So we'll have a bit of trouble in Inazuma when we do get there, when it gets added. But whether you're playing as Ethers or Lumine, they don't possess a vision. Only have the opportunity to accumulate elemental power.
Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto heaven.
Heaven?
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
So this is like when Venti was at the tree, we get to ask him some questions about the trial.
Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions?
Sort of.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
What's going to go on with Child? He's not exactly viewed positively right now.
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui.
I guess it's not every day you have one over the Fatui.
Ha!
Or the Harbingers.
Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a Harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now.
So I guess he's more safe than he would have been otherwise.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
The cheesing?
The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
Yeah, that's what Keqing says.
Keqing is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
What?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
Money really matters to Paimon.
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo Archon's power.
Can't they shift to just making out of gold or brass?
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Is there something more important to you than Mora, like food?
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint.
What's this? Zhongli's finally concerned about Mora?
Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Yeah, in one ear, out the other. The end of the concern is now.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
He never had to. Why would he start now?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea.
I can't help but notice, but you're thinking about this now, after you've already handed over your gnosis.
It's a shame.
Yep, too late.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time.
I have to agree.
All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
We've asked about everything.
Well then. I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Yeah, we'll probably make our way over there on Beto's ship. And that's finally the end of the Geo Archon arc. One supposes that there is one thing that I should do. I just wonder if I can access it through here, or simply through the map. It's a domain, right? So, I can attempt to do it again. Let's switch up my team. do believe that everyone's healed up and ready. Well, not ready per se. She's not charged up completely, but she will be. So I can only do the level 1. There's still a chance at prototypes and a 5-star artifact, which is good. Gladiator and Wanderer's Troop. Those seem like pretty good ones. So it's always more difficult than the version found in the story. And I've been having issues aiming with the bow, so we'll see how it goes.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
I didn't know he could jump up on a bow.
How unbecoming.
Oh wow. Wasn't expecting that. Oh yikes.
Poor timing. Poor timing. So quick to flee.
Steady
Passable effort. You've made some progress. Try this.
Not trying.
Poor timing. Passable effort.
Steady as stone.
Fine. I'm not going to do everything
Not bad, not
without my most powerful person. Was it this that revives? May as well use these.
Someone needs assistance.
Missed.
Born of icy fire.
Everybody
Now.
stand back! You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
Honestly, he looks good dressed in black.
Let's light it up! Raging tide! Yeah! Off we go! Pyrotechnic! Amp it up! No use hiding back there!
Not hiding.
All you do is
I
run.
must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up.
May as well use it. Managed to stagger him too.
Steady as stone.
I can fix this. Access denied.
Riptide even follows to whoever I'm using.
Everybody stand back!
I even tried to wait for a better opportunity to use it. And he still manages to mark me. Ouch.
Adventure time! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Access denied.
Where is he? That won't do.
Come on, focus.
Twitch. He moves too fast. Whoa. She literally got beaten by a whale. Not happening. Sorry, Xinyan. Let's see what I got. Oh, maybe I should have activated the thing. HP? Really? But other than that, look at all these substats. I could stick this on someone who uses HP. And this one has some pretty good stats too. This one has defense, so someone like Noel. But this one only has 2 stats, which means that it and the rest are garbage. Well, I can honestly say that I was not expecting any of that to go down the way it did. But I only lost 2 characters. I was able to bring one back and might have brought back the second if I thought there was enough time. And I didn't have nearly as much trouble with that one as I did with the Storm Terror memories originally. Although, to be fair, that was mostly because I didn't know to go to the other platforms, so I was always taking the damage. There was no need to play it like that. Well, after the stream, I can finish off this one. Most likely, I just need to use 100 more resin. And currently I have 52, so I can't use all of it. Let's recover first. And then there's lantern rate stuff that I should probably do. And story-wise, it's probably better that I do it on stream, even though it's getting late. I did accomplish what I set out to do originally. nearly drains the statue of its energy. No. Right.
This is destiny.
It's also good that I didn't have to level anyone to complete that. What's this now? Gotta do that. This. Dance resin. Quest chain rewards. That's not simply one thing.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
I'm pretty sure that's how I need to proceed to the next thing. Because that's locked until I do it. This isn't in the all that Blizzard parts of it. I've just got to go there, huh? I could do a round of the tower defense, but it's not going to make me progress towards the next stage. It'll just be farming resources for more. If I want to make it mean something towards my progress, I have to do this. Wait. I've got another world quest here. Oh, from the kid. One over there.
Welcome. Please take a seat.
From Ivanovich. Let's do this first. Manga.
Hello again, Wangya. How's the Mingxiao Lantern construction coming along?
Good to see you two. The Mingxiao Lantern is coming along smoothly, thank you. We're almost done collecting the required plastrite. The project should be completed in a few days. You'll have to come by when it's done.
Plastrite is one of the materials you also need for the Zhao Lantern.
Plastrite is the main component of any Mingxiao Lantern. Most of the donations we get from the city folk are either Mora or plastrite. A lot of them carve their heart's desires onto the plastrite they donate, as a prayer for good fortune and other blessings.
I see.
Paimon wants some good fortune too. Let's find some plastrite and make a wish.
We have some.
Since you seem so eager to donate, how about you keep your eyes open for less common varieties of plastrite? Those are the ones we lack the most at the moment.
Oh, I see.
One is called azurite. It is occasionally found in the northern part of Mount Tianheng. When azurite gets caught in the roots of ordinary vegetation, it sometimes produces bloaty floaties, which have floating seeds.
Floaty floaties? That sounds like something Paimon makes up.
The other one is called vermilionite, which is extremely dangerous as far as most people are concerned. In Guili Plains, old ruin hunters who have lost the power of flight use vermilionite to keep themselves airborne.
What makes them so special?
Well, they're just more stylish, I suppose.
And that's worth going to more hazardous places?
Actually, they're just blue and red varieties of plastrite. Gemstone merchants only gave them fancy names to try and impress their customers.
I see, so it's unnecessary.
The difference in their features compared to regular plastrite might be minuscule, but the difference in price is astonishing. No, never mind that. Just bring some azurite and vermilionite back to me. I'm counting on you.
There's something silver now, too. Obtained from a ruin hunter. I'm guessing that it marked where a ruin hunter is. And since my guys have healed from dealing with Child... Oh wait, that's right. I have new artifacts. I should actually look at them and see if there's anyone I can equip them to right now. Are they both kind of close? Artifacts? We'll lock that. Which other ones are new? I'll lock that one as well. This one might be good, but only for... it's a goblet though, only for Noelle. Because she uses defense. You can find her. Seems not well organized. I'll lock it for now. It's a flower, not a goblet. And this one definitely stays unlocked. And any of those can just go. And I have 980. So.
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires.
Only got 2. That's the only one I got. For her. Is this goblets? This one, I think. But the one I have on her has geo damage bonus. I think that's fine because the elemental bonuses are much harder to come by. But I'll keep both just in case. Here's for the other one. I'm not even sure which artifact it was at this point. That's good, but it's not great. Not that one. Was it a flower? I have to look for the lock. That one only has 2. Wasn't a flower. 10 pieces. As you can see, I only lock some of them because they have potential, but they're definitely not there yet. Is this the one? Yeah. So who uses HP? Other than Barbara, who I probably shouldn't use that way anyway. There's a conductor's hat. No. I should be able to see it in talents. She doesn't use HP, that I know. Does Zhao scale anything from HP? Only his drain, not his actual feats. Xinyan might. She uses death, actually. Oh, she's HP. But only on the regeneration. Still, if I want someone to be more effective, what does she scale off of? Also HP. But only 15.5%. And I want to use someone who I do actively. Although she does too. I think. Just the inherited HP for that. It's just the one thing. So I'm not actually sure it matters for her. But someone like Diona, or even her. And that's pretty low. I should put some effort into her talents if I'm going to use her. I don't think. Oh, whatever. It's not important right now, I guess.
Clutter can one see the true world around them. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed.
I'll turn back to doing the
It can only but be accepted.
quest at hand. Am I gonna have to deal with these bozos again? Right in the face. Now things are reacting better. Slightly. Oh, those are bloaty floaties. Ah. You know what? I had no idea they actually had a name. Because they act like balloons, that's all I really referred to them as. a little bit of azurite there. Do I have a teleport point close to that? Very close. Let's see if this quest can be done fairly quickly. And then I can open up the other stuff. I just need to do the Rune Hunter, right? Not exactly my favorite of the series, but I will do what I must.
Next on the agenda.
Okay, back to Wangya. This is still going to be a little bit long. So with the Golden House Challenge, I now have 3 chances to get a 5-star artifact or a weapon prototype, pretty much guaranteed. Although not really. I once got a prototype instead. But it wasn't like one of the ones that I really wanted, like a Claymore prototype. It was a bow. So I'm saving it.
With a fresh supply of azurite and vermilionite.
I knew I could count on you. Let me see. Yep, without a doubt, these are azurite and vermilionite.
Yes, but that was quite a hunt.
But don't you want to make your wishes? You brought back just enough materials for both of you. Come on, get carving.
Done. Paimon prays for a bottomless stomach to eat more delicacies with.
You do realize then that you would never be sated.
And you? Let Paimon see. Huh? Well, that doesn't sound like something you'd wish for.
That's my sister's deepest desire.
So you made a wish for her instead. Don't you worry. Paimon will help you find her, and we'll spend the next lantern right together. Then we'll release a gazillion shell lanterns to make up for all those wishes you've never had a chance to make.
So you don't have a belief that we'll leave this world?
If you're done
As
with your
originally
carvings,
intended.
you can hand over your azurite and vermilionite to me.
Miss Wangya.
Oh, that's not the end of the
Well,
quest, of
hello,
course.
Chang Chang. What's up, little missy? Can't find your granddad?
Granddad said he's busy and I should go play on my own. I want to make a shell lantern, but I don't know how. Miss Wangya, could you help me make a shell lantern?
Sure thing, but promise me that you'll go back home as soon as we're done playing. With so many people at the festival, your granddad will be worried sick if you stay out too long.
Thank you, Miss Wangya. I'll be a good girl. I
So-
promise.
So you know how to make them too?
I certainly do. That's how I made my first Mora, helping visitors make shell lanterns by the docks. Ah, good times.
Ah, a marketer and merchant born.
I should really stay here to keep an eye on the girl. Hey, could I bother you to go to the construction site at the dock and gather some building materials?
Happy to help.
Great, thanks. I appreciate it.
I also have more materials for lanterns. No, just in case you were curious. Oh wait, that was Nervous Anne. Oh. It's too much to keep track of. Report this. I simply can't. Just do this report first. Do the most important reports first. I can help. This sounds like I would be telling him off. I'll try to finish on time, but as you can see, I already have so much work to do. It'll be difficult to not put up. There's just too much work to do in the harbor. Too much. I thought about it, but there's just not enough time. I have to work harder. I'll burn the midnight oil tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after that. See if I can finish recording all the ships in the harbor. After all, this was the very first report I started working on, so it shouldn't be the last one I submit.
Look over there! That guy's acting very suspicious. Don't you think?
Let's go talk to him. Why does he have a mask on?
Hey, what you doing? What you staring at me like that for? Get gone! Huh? Alright. If you all won't get gone, I'm just gonna get going myself, I guess.
Wow. Paimon thought he might be a shady character? Then he opened his mouth and now Paimon's sure of it. He must have been up to something when he was crouching down on the ground, because as soon as he saw us approaching, he stood up and acted all innocent.
Rather, he told us to go away.
Paimon has a bad feeling about this. What could he be up to? Let's investigate.
The thing that he wanted us to do, we're not.
Well, this area is full of construction supplies for the Mingqiao lantern. Paper, oil, wood. All highly flammable materials! On the last day of the lantern rite, huge crowds come out to watch the Mingqiao lantern being released. It can't be a good sign if there's a suspicious character lurking around somewhere so dangerous. If he's been tampering with the stockpile of lantern supplies, let's get the materials we came for first. We can tell Wangya about the situation when we get back.
You're sure taking things seriously.
Because everyone in Liyue has worked really hard for this. No one should be allowed to spoil it, period.
And your reason?
Oh, fine. There's so many delicacies in Liyue Harbor. Matsutake meat rolls, mora meat, almond tofu.
Did you read those off the menu? Hehehe, Tenande.
Hey, what you doing? What
This
you
again?
staring at me like that for? Alright. If you all won't get gone, I'm just gonna get going myself, I guess.
I guess we can get him to move to different areas that way.
That should be enough. Let's get back to Wangya.
As long as he's not in the flammable stuff. And we can get some help there.
Did you get the materials? Ah, yes, these will do. Let me make a shell lantern for Ching Ching.
There's a bit more.
We saw a shady character skulking around the highly flammable materials at the construction site. He looked like he was up to no good.
I see. Okay, please inform the Ministry of Civil Affairs about what you saw. I'll talk to Jingming. With so many people visiting for the lantern rite, we can't afford to ignore something like this.
Agreed.
Miss Wangya, is something bad gonna happen at the lantern rite?
Nope, we'll stop it.
Not to a darling little angel like you, Chang Chang. Come on now, good girl. Head back to your granddad and don't get distracted along the way. We don't want to make him worry.
Now, isn't this lively?
We can get the Milikith on this. You seem like the type of person who could be easily stopped. No? Oh, we have to talk to George.
Halt! This is the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs.
We are here to report a suspicious individual.
Yeah, we saw a shady-looking guy snooping around near the stockpile of highly flammable Mingxiao lantern supplies. We must defend the grilled tigerfish food stall at all costs.
Goodness. This is a serious matter indeed.
Exactly what Paimon thought. Liyue Harbor's cuisine is the heart and soul of the city.
There are more important things than the cuisine too, you know?
It seems we disagree on where the seriousness of the matter lies. But you're not wrong, my little friend. Rest easy. The Ministry of Civil Affairs has assigned a specialist to keep the Lantern Rite safe.
It's not Zhao, is it?
I will inform him of this matter and order him to step up vigilance in due course.
Maybe it's Ginger.
In due course? This is serious. Why not get your butt over there and tell him straight away?
I wish I could, but he's yet to return. He's taken a small team to Guili Plains.
I'll go and tell him.
Huh? But you're a traveler, aren't you? You've come all this way for the Lantern Rite, and yet you are willing to lend a hand?
I guess you missed out on what just happened.
Our pleasure. We're experts in this kind of stuff. We lend hands all the time. Oh, like the time we...
Leave it to us.
Really? Then we are indebted to you. Travelers are so kind these days. Ah, yes. No commission should go unpaid. I will take care of the compensation. Again, thank you both.
Where has Master gone this time?
He disappeared before we could. So that's how that feels. I wonder who their specialist is. Maybe it's Changyu. He's another Liyue hero, and we've hardly seen any of him. If any at all, I don't think we've had.
It's a hilly churro blockade. There's so many of them. Why would they gather together like this? We can't let them get away with being a menace to the people here. Let's show them what we've got.
Was that supposed to be,
Leave it all to me.
And Noelle didn't even break tempo. Kenny's turn.
Why do they never miss?
Let's clear these up.
Who are you?
Jie sent us.
Oh, thank you. If it weren't for your help, today may have ended quite differently.
What are you doing here?
I'm in charge of keeping the Lantern Rite safe. A lot comes out of the woodwork at this time of year. There are thieves around every corner.
Well, we've got something to put
I
you on.
encountered one during my patrol just now, so I called a few men and we pursued them out here. Once we got here, we decided to split up. I was searching this area. The thief seems to have made a clean getaway, and I sure didn't bank on these monsters being here. I was just assessing whether it would be better to send for reinforcements or find another way to disperse them. And that's when you showed up and dealt with them.
Some good fortune, then.
And thank goodness. I don't know how long it would have taken for the others to get here. Well, I need to get back to looking for that thief. But thanks for your help. Until next time.
One more thing.
We're not done here.
Oh, is there something else?
There's a suspicious character down at the harbor, messing with flammable things.
Another one? It's interminable.
Sounds like you need help.
Right. When I get back, I'll get the other troops to be extra vigilant in the area. In the middle of the festival, too. What are they up to?
He sounds very tired.
You get the feeling...
The Ministry of Civil Affairs isn't up to the task.
Paimon thinks so too. The locals must take all their tasty treats for granted by now.
I don't think that's the issue.
But for a poor traveler, all alone out in the wilderness, often forced to survive on nothing but the most mysterious of mushrooms.
I wouldn't call myself poor. What, 5 million more?
For you, the Lantern Rite is the most important of all festivals. So
It's a
let's
festival.
go back to the place where we witnessed the shady-looking guy. Paimon hears from patrol officers that criminals love to go back for another look at the crime scene after the event. It's a psychological thing, apparently.
1, he didn't leave. 2, the crime hasn't happened yet.
That's why there's no time to lose. When there's highly flammable materials involved, once the crime happens, it'll be too late.
Can't exactly argue, but we don't even know what he's doing, so best get to it, I guess. I really wish there was a faster way, though. Okay, I'm going to put a stop time. And once I reach, I will end the game no matter how far I've gotten. Because I'm getting hungry. That worked better than last time.
Aha! Knew it!
We should chase.
Wait! There's another person!
Ciao. Are you going to go after the other guy? What's that?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Xiao? Are you here for the festival?
I have no interest in Lantern Rite. I sensed a malign influence here. I'm here to investigate.
Said malign influence just ran off.
When a shackle is loosened in the realms of deities and demons, I take full responsibility.
And what about in the realms of men?
But this time, the threat comes from the mortal world. Your world. Thus you shall take full responsibility, mortal traveler.
So you're saying we should chase after him?
When the time comes, I hope you shall act promptly and decisively.
I'll knock him out.
I do not wish for the tassel of the polearm that has slaughtered countless demons to become stained with mortal blood.
Oh, right, he doesn't kill humans. But we don't necessarily have to kill the guy.
What's this?
A symbol that your suspected evildoer left behind.
Recognize it, Paimon?
Doesn't look familiar to Paimon.
But you've got a star on your head.
Well,
that looks like it.
You will have to show me how much you can accomplish on your own strength. Because if I become involved, There is a possibility that the streets of Liyue Harbor will be painted red this lantern rite.
Well, that sounds terrible. Let's not be impulsive. Why don't we figure out the origins of this symbol first? The one the suspected criminal left behind. Oh! Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Kaya will know something about it.
Kaya? So do we have to go to Mondstadt? So we're not chasing after him. I don't want. If I'd known this would happen, would have found my dreams. What dreams? Opportunity to join the trucks, but by the time I signed up, they were full. I gave up on the idea of being a seafarer in the end and went with the ship repair work instead. I can only watch as ships go in and out. Maybe if I pushed a little harder for it back in the day, I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. And maybe the reason I've not been favored enough to receive a vision is because I gave up too easily. Hope you don't end up with me. But a bit. Problem is my personality. That and luck not being on my side. It's funny. The day before I signed up, I even made a point of going out and buying this feather, which is supposed to bring good luck. It had no effect. No use complaining about it. Here, you can have it. Maybe it works better on adventures. You've had it all this whole time? You sure are persistent. All the way back to Mondstadt, hmm? Well, may as well get the expedition rewards, too. You know, just the fact that we have the ability to travel across a continent and cities, let alone cross dimensions like the twins originally were able to, is pretty danged impressive.
Scry the sky.
I launched from here, but it still feels like it's been a long time since I've been here.
Ad Astra.
And it's Geo's expedition that was complete. Let's send out Lisa. Haven't been anywhere close to here in some time. Oh, he's all the way out here.
Well, well. Long time no see.
Kaya! We went to the lantern rite in Liyue!
Ah, well. How was it? Fun?
Got a bit of trouble.
Delicious.
Well then, you ought to be looking forward to Mondstadt's Ludi Harpastum. I'm sure it will be to your liking.
Another festival. Okay, but get to the point.
Right. Kaya, there's something we need to tell you about.
Alright, turned off on it.
Lantern supplies. Stockpile of wood, paper, and oil. At the very least, it sounds like an accident waiting to happen.
Also, there was a symbol.
How very amusing. What makes you think I would recognize this symbol?
You're amazing at everything, and we trust you.
Oh, that about sums it up.
I'm flattered. But don't you think you might be overestimating me?
Well, it always does to ask, and you might have seen it elsewhere.
There it is! At last! Kaya displays the knightly virtue of modesty, perfectly articulated and masterfully delivered.
My goodness. Your stay in Liyue seems to have sharpened your wit and broadened your vocabulary.
Can we please focus?
Anyway, I digress. This is the symbol of the cross-border criminal organization you know as the Treasure Hoarders.
But we've been dealing with the Treasure Hoarders all along.
If you are curious to know more, I can put you in touch with an informant on the inside.
Didn't you just say the Knights of Favonius don't have dealings with their enemies?
This is my own personal informant. Nothing to do with the Knights of Favonius. I'll arrange for the informant to meet you there.
Thanks, Kaya!
Oh, and remember, wine begets wisdom.
Huh?
It's a passphrase. Once again, we are doing a wild runaround. This one is ranging a bit more than usual. Winterize it is. Oh good, it's back. I didn't even notice the stream was having trouble. What the what? Why is this over here now? At least it's not affecting the output. I don't see why this is. What happened? It's not affecting the output at least, but what the heck? I hope when I restart OBS it goes back to normal.
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them.
I'm gonna save the specialty stuff for when I need it. So here's our informant, hopefully. It's Nimrod? Really? Oh, output has been the same, so that's good at least.
Hey, you're the guy, right? Kaya's informant?
Why don't we try a pass?
Informant? Not me.
But this is the place we agreed upon. And you're the only other one here.
Place we agreed upon? Huh. I know nothing.
Try the thing about wisdom.
Stop being so annoying.
Wine begets wisdom.
Okay, yeah, it's me.
How was any of that even slightly necessary?
Passcodes. That's
What
all
do
I'm
you
gonna
want
say.
to know about?
Here's the situation.
Okay, I see.
So, what can you tell us as an insider?
I do not think this is the work of the treasure hoarders. The reason the treasure hoarders are able to sustain a giant cross-border operation is because they abide by one fundamental principle. Caution. Softly, softly, catchy monkey is the name of the game for them. By contrast, the idea of taking huge risks to try and make a fortune is utter folly in their eyes. Liyue has the Adepti looking after it, doesn't it? And they're especially active during the Lantern Rite.
True.
There's just no way that they, slip of the tongue, when you've been undercover as long as I have. Where was I just... oh, yes. There's no way that they, the treasure hoarders, would dare make a move during the Lantern Rite.
So who's this?
Also, the treasure hoarders organization in Liyue recently received an anonymous letter.
Why would someone send them an anonymous letter? Trying to frame them, perhaps?
Something else.
Nobody knows. But what I can tell you is which branch of the treasure hoarders has the letter in their possession.
So we can steal it?
There. I've marked their location on the map for you.
Great! Well, Paimon thinks this was productive. This is our only solid lead. Let's not waste it.
If there's nothing more, I should get back to treasure hoarding. I mean, get back to those treasure hoarding lowlifes. To spy on them.
I see you may be taking something on the side. That's up to you, I guess. Though you may have to answer for it later.
Divination is about precisely.
And again, we have to jump a bit. This one was closer. In OBS, I've now got 2 screens instead of just one. I have no idea why that would happen while I was checking, since I had lost footage before. But if it doesn't actually affect things, then the only reason I would have to look at changing it would be whether it affects how I can see things when it comes down to, say, build videos. I'm in mine it. We have to talk to them? Who should I talk to them as? I guess Mona's fine, actually. Frog. I expected artifacts, but oh well. Let's see what they have to say.
Sorry, pal, wrong way. Wherever you think you're going, it's that way.
But isn't that the way to Liyue Harbor?
Right. Here is nowhere. So the other way is Liyue Harbor.
If you're looking for somewhere to stay, I suggest you go to the Wangshu Inn. Fair prices, great customer service, and a wonderful view.
Why do you sound so bitter? Also, show us an anonymous letter, please.
How do you know about the letter?
Oh, we have our ways.
One of Liyue's Adepti told us about it.
Did they now? I somehow doubt that.
You never know. That's his retainer has eye in the sky.
You should not doubt it. It was I who sent them to investigate. Any further questioning you may direct to me.
Did you just appear out of thin air?
That's an Adeptus for you.
You're the vigilant Yaksha!
Hey, watch your tone of voice. Or do you seriously want to pick a fight with an Adeptus?
And you're talking big.
Okay, it's not that we don't believe you're an Adeptus. It's just... everyone needs to look at the bigger picture here.
As you well know, we treasure hoarders are no serious threat to anyone. We're petty criminals, that's all.
Still doesn't mean that what you're doing is right. And I bet that letter.
So, if you are truly an Adeptus, please show us some mercy, would you?
Sorry, this one doesn't know mercy.
Of course, if it turns out you're not a real Adeptus.
First you ask for mercy, then you draw your sword. Not real smart, are you?
Then please, don't blame our weapons for treating everyone equally.
Wait, I have 3 charges.
Please, my heroic friend and Adeptus buddy, have mercy.
He's probably not gonna like being called a friend and buddy.
The letter is drivel anyway. It's not worth an armed conflict. Just take it.
How about that? Paimon knew it all along. Let's see what they wrote.
This isn't a language that is priming. Oh, there's a translation. Treasure hoarder big folk. I have an opportunity so crazy lucrative, yet feasible, once a lifetime thing. Y'all wouldn't want to miss, eh? Intrigued, right? Meet me in the dead of the night. I'll put my finest mask on to honor y'all guys, and for y'all to recognize me. And I humbly recommend that there y'all do too, just so that they're the authority don't recognize y'all folk. Anyway, I'm no snitch, of course. Just a kind reminder, I think that there's the way treasure hoarder do things, right, to put on cool masks, and I know y'all are cool folk. Cool folk gets along with cool masks that they're so cool, and I like cool things, yeah. So yeah, meet y'all there then, yeah. Pretty sure a child wrote it.
I see. Then let us send these two to the meeting. The sender may be plotting something truly diabolical for the Lantern Rite. It seems they want to burn down the entire city.
I'm not sure they're quite capable of such, but they did get some words completely right.
Great, everyone's happy. You're good, we're good. However...
These two, they don't look anything like us.
It'll be fine. When we're in disguise, no one will be the wiser.
Yeah, we wore Fatui masks once. It worked perfectly, until people started asking questions.
It still seems like a long shot to me, but with the help of an Adeptus, hopefully everything will turn out fine.
Oh yeah, he's got the symbol right here.
Well, the safety of Liyue is in your hands now. Good luck. Even the treasure hoarders don't want to see the city burned to the ground.
Well, the city's gone, there's no treasure for you to try to hoard, is there?
Then it is settled.
Wait a second.
What is it?
Next time we meet, let's make it somewhere with a view of the Mingzhou lantern.
I am not partial to crowded areas, especially at this time of the year.
Because your name's in the lantern name?
When this matter is resolved, come to Wangshu Inn. In
Oh, okay.
previous years, the Mingxiao lantern has been visible even from there.
Wait a second.
Vanished! Did he go back to Wangshu Inn already?
Possible.
But the time mentioned in the letter, that's today, isn't it? Come on, let's go to the meeting place.
Sure.
Paimon wonders what the sender of the letter is planning.
All I know for sure is that there's some pretty ridiculous stuff going on. These aren't specialty items. Sorry, dude. I don't like missing.
You're open.
I waited too long. Doesn't really do much damage, but I don't like being knocked out of the charging stance. But plenty of insignia. And this direction. And it's higher up. Oh, right there.
All right. You folks from the treasure hoarders, yeah? I thought I insinuated in my letter there that you should have done like I done and put on a mask and a costume and so forth.
Oh, he's not a kid, but his
Well, it
language
seems
needs
you
something
didn't
to be
notice
said.
the memo. It's pretty cool though. Gutsy.
Well, guess what? We don't need to go sneaking around everywhere wearing disguises because unlike you, we would never do anything so shameful that we would need to wear masks while doing it.
Didn't you just say that we would put on disguises? Paimon, didn't take you long to contradict yourself.
Really? I was in the middle of my speech and everything!
I think he just enjoys dressing up.
Wait a second now. You folks ain't no treasure hoarders. What game are you two playing?
Genshin, isn't it obvious? I made you wet. You know what comes next, don't you? And now... Oh, that didn't take long for it to undo.
Tell us your diabolical plan now!
Okay, I give up.
Give up now, or feel the wrath of my Paimonial... Huh? You're giving up just like that?
You're surprised? We just slap them around. Easy.
I'm just a lowly apprentice thief who really looks up to the treasure hoarders.
Uh-huh.
An apprentice thief?
Yeah, for a greenhorn like me, especially working on my own and all, the treasure hoarders? Man, they're my heroes.
Strange heroes to have, I
Wait a
guess.
second.
So, I thought I'd try and set up some sort of lucrative opportunity and submit my pledge of loyalty.
So what's this opportunity, though,
Wait a
that
second.
you could set up?
None of this is making any sense.
It's completely random.
I was expecting a serial arsonist to be someone more sinister, evil-looking. But instead, we get you.
Hey, don't complain. If it's a minimal threat, then that's a good thing.
Arson? What the heck are you talking about?
The materials down at the festival.
Don't pretend. Paimon's seen you loitering around piles of highly flammable materials.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. But I was only checking the place out. My plan ain't got nothing to do with those lantern construction materials.
So what were you doing?
Are you serious?
Well, I just wanted to nab me the biggest chunk of plastrite in 20 years is all.
So plastrite was all he was after.
I was gonna wait till nightfall, chop off half the tethers, float it out to sea.
I don't think that floats.
Then, all I'd have to do is find some way or another of bringing it down, so I could hide it underwater in the shallows. The perfect crime.
Except...
For a perfect crime, it sure has a lot of holes. For example, how exactly were you planning to bring down the plastrite once it was airborne?
I was still in the process of figuring out the details, hence why I hadn't made my move yet.
This guy is an imbecile. Okay, let's teach him a lesson.
Just not on how to steal, please.
Now that the Millilith have gotten hold of that idiot, let's head back. We can notify the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
And this is gonna sound embarrassing. We thought he was a threat. Speaking of threats.
All hail! That's gonna hurt in the morning. Teamwork is dreamwork.
And down he goes. Nearing my cutoff time, though. Hopefully we can finish the story. And again, there's nothing really to signal that we're close to an end to that bit. Gotta say, that's kind of annoying. Great, he hasn't even loaded in yet. Lost dog poster? Oh. Looking for a lost dog adult, slim build, black and white hair, crescent-shaped white fringe. Mother hasn't stopped crying since the day her beloved dog disappeared. Please come forward with any information you have. 800 more reward if found.
Traveler, word spreads fast. We will keep watch over the thief. Thanks for your help.
About that.
Looks like the Mingxiao lantern will be ready soon. A critical juncture. We cannot afford the slightest interference.
On the topic of keeping the right safe.
Rest easy. Word was passed up the chain. Another group of very capable troops have been brought in.
I guess we can say that we've secured this one person.
They're dressed as ordinary citizens. You wouldn't notice them in the crowd. If anyone dares make a move, they'll be on them in an instant.
Very good.
That's sorted then. You two get some rest, we'll take it from here. Enjoy the lantern rite in peace.
So, Paimon supposes that's taken care of then.
If only Zhao were here to see the Mingxiao lantern.
Paimon wishes so too. Guess he won't make it this time. Wait! Do you remember what the inspiration for the Mingxiao lantern was?
Skybracer sent about it.
Modeled on an Adeptus, maybe Xiao would be interested this time. On the day the Mingxiao lantern is ready, we can meet him at Wangshuin like he suggested, then try to persuade him. Even though he said you can see the Mingxiao lantern from Wangshuin, we should get up close if we want to get that festival atmosphere.
Quest complete. Now we're at guest flock from afar. So let's see what that unlocked. Light upon the sea will unlock in 3 days. Lantern right tails. So I should be able to go over here and... So that's a quest link as well. So, in here, did I unlock stage 2 then? Yeah. And stage 3 isn't available yet. This also uses the peace talismans, which stage 1 also uses. I need to reserve 1,000 for the character, but otherwise they're good. And then there's this. Guess flock from afar. I've already got 2, so... And I guess I just unlock some more things. A longbow. Your physical damage. Me as well. It's the only thing I don't have upgraded. Great. These things can be upgraded too. Oh, dang it. Oh well. I do want to try this. Okay, let's go do a round.
Precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Did you have something? Oh, right. Never bird. Any plan is better than none. get ideas from last year's. But even though it was very popular among residents, I still think it come up with something really special. I have to give it my all for the movie. Okay then, with a bit more time I'll touch up the plan and fix some minor issues. I'll submit it when I'm done touching it up. I hope everyone really enjoys this year's Lantern Raid. We can do up to 1.8. And I'll go with this team. Currently, there's a bit of an exploit where if you do Shatter, you can do some pretty major damage, but miHoYo is about to patch that out, so don't rely on it if you have been. So let's see what we've got this time. I'll do just one round, win or lose. Is this one? And freeze. And should I do fire, pyro, or electric? More points. How many do I have left? 160. I'll try one of these. Here we go. Let's see what comes. It's got some range on it.
Let me scry.
Almost got through there. Nope. It does some pretty good damage, even at a lower level. Here comes a troublemaker. And he's down. So there are 6 waves at this difficulty level. And with each wave, you get bigger enemies too. I'll go for this one. The third portal hasn't opened yet. Ooh, we got some speedies. But some of them were already impacted.
Absorption test.
Oops. Um, I wasn't expecting that to get through. Let's put down this and this. A little too prepared. Oh, but there's pyros coming next. And I can't change it. Oops. This is probably going to go poorly.
Access denied.
Very poorly. I panicked. But only 4 got through. That's the good news. What?
Onwards. We have work to do.
Well, we certainly have the points now. Let's see what we get now. 5 total have escaped so far. Oh, that's not going to stop them. But Frozen might. Nope. Still got through, I think. It seems like a spread out layout is better. I was hoping it would allow me to build one more. Ruin guard. And more coming that way. And a greater. And of course I can't aim properly either. Right at the last moment.
Access denied. Delved into depth. Access denied.
Were there two of them? I didn't even see the second one. Oh boy, that one looks fast.
Let me scry. Born of ice and frost.
I guess my animo things are working. There are 4 left. Why does it stop like that? I mean, I'm not complaining, it actually helps me.
Born of ice and frost.
One left.
Born of ice and frost. Delved into destiny.
I don't really like that.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed.
Frost
It can only
stone,
but be
yeah.
accepted.
Let's change this to fire. Okay. If we're dealing with frost and stone, this should work, hopefully. It's a greater.
Delved into destiny.
Naturals.
Access denied.
Ooh, you're advancing quickly. Come on. Take him down, quick. He got out.
Access denied. Delve into destiny.
I missed. But had enough in there. So even those guys can get frozen, huh?
No touching. No touching.
That one got out too. This is tough. I can't see. Oh, shoot. Unfortunately, Jean isn't very effective against the big guys.
Shadows of fate.
And Frozen doesn't work for very long on them.
Let me scry.
Well, 10 got out. But as for the rest... Well, it is past the time which I had set to end the stream. So we'll take a look and see what kind of rewards I got from that. That was a lot tougher than I was expecting. And then I'll sign off for dinner. And see whether or not restarting OBS will get rid of this thing in the middle. And be back. I don't see anything. No, I didn't get anything. Gotta get here. Complete Ride Upon the Sea, and all requests under a Lantern Bright Tales 2. Meaning I have to complete that quest, and then the request will appear. So they can each go up one stage. I need some left to build, of course. So these appeared after I had done the initial quest. Now this is an initial quest, and then I'll get the request. Seems simple. But I will get to that another time. As for right this moment, I will go back to my usual party for now. I should check how much resin I have. Steve 4. I could do stuff maybe after dinner. But not for now. For now, thank you for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed this stream. If you did, whether live or watching later as a VOD, I do hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, of course, you can leave me a follow on Twitch. You can follow me on Twitter. You can like, comment, and subscribe what you thought over on YouTube. And all that jazz. So, thank you. I am going to go over to my options as to who I can raid. And I think that today I will raid Iron Mouse, because she just recently debuted her Season 2 avatar, and I really like her and her positivity despite her situation with her health and everything else. Just the fact that she is the way she is makes her a hero in my book, and really inspirational. So let's go give Iron Mouse some attention and love. And until the next time, please do stay safe, stay healthy, and be excellent to one another. Bye-bye.